Good morning, Yarzies. We are back again for another chill crafting stream of doing all of Calla's crafting and gathering quests for A Realm Reborn. And today we are starting with the armor quests. Ah, Calla, I take it you are now intimate with every aspect of the bronze ingots production. Good, then you can assist us in a pressing matter. It seems that one of your younger members, Swithin, had accepted an order which he would struggle to fill in thrice the time he promised. While I am tempted to let him squeal under the weight of his own ambition, the guild is not in the habit of delivering late. Several veteran armorers have volunteered their services, but I would like you to assist in this matter. On the one hand, you will be helping to spare the guild unnecessary embarrassment, and on the other, you will be deepening your understanding of the craft. The builder could not have planned it better. For your part in this endeavor, you are to craft 3 bronze hoplands. You'll need bronze plate and maple lumber to make the shields. While we're on the subject, how have you been acquiring your materials? The markets are a reliable source, but have you considered making an arrangement with a miner or a botanist? As you will have gleaned, the craft calls for a near constant supply of copper and tin, both of which are commonly mined in the region of Thanolin. Should your purse grow too light for comfort, there is little to stop you taking up a pickaxe yourself. For the time being, however, I want you to concentrate on honing your skills as an armorer. With the fundamentals under your belt, hoplands shouldn't prove too challenging. But do not fall into the trap of complacency. A poorly wrought shield is worse than no shield at all. Each piece you craft, however simple, must reflect the utmost attention to detail. Make the guild proud, Calla. There is a naked Ellison right next to me. Joy. 3 bronze hoplands. Okay, I have all the maple lumber I need. I am gonna need 6 bronze plate. So 12 bronze ingots. 11 bronze ingots. Means 11 tin ore and 22 copper. Let's see if I mathed correctly. I usually math wrong. And I'm out of call cannon, so I need to have the chilled popoto soup. And synthesis. Oh, I haven't made it before. First time making bronze plates. Nobody's first time making bronze plates. Did the correct amount. Huzzah! How fare you with your task? Do you have those 3 hoplands for me? Impressive. You've managed to balance the conflicting requirements of sturdiness and portability. much as you balanced hardiness and malleability in your first task. The bronze plate is securely fitted and should weather the most vicious blows without becoming dislodged. And importantly, your work was swift and sure. Many armor has lost a sale due to late delivery, and rightly so. A customer's need for armor is invariably pressing, and his absence like to be sorely felt. Given the stakes, a reputation for reliability can mean handsome profits, especially at a time when the Maelstrom is seeking armorers to outfit its ever-expanding ranks. It is all we can do to keep pace with the Grand Company's orders for equipment, and that is why every member of our guild must support the next, much as the warriors of Eld supported their fellows in the phalanx with their shields. Though you've but recently begun your training, a woman of your natural talents belongs on the front line. I think the time has come for you to learn the use of another weapon in the armorer's arsenal. Specifically pliers. Take this pair and try using them in combination with your hammer. It will feel strange at first, but persist and you will find that your work proceeds a damn sight more smoothly. When you think you've mastered the pliers, I'll want to see the results of your dedication. Until then, Calla. You may trust in my dedication, that's for sure. The base fundamentals. Forge Master Hinanza wants you to assist a novice armorer who is struggling with the basics of the craft. Ah, Calla, just the lass I was hoping to see. I have a new initiate that has near exhausted my reserves of patience, and I think she would benefit from seeing the results of a peer's dedication and skill, specifically yours. Her name is Granai, and builder help me, she is the most distracted, fumble-fingered craftswoman ever to lift a hammer. If she could but learn to forge the simplest of items without constant supervision, I would consider it a rare victory. It is unfortunate that Biograt did not see fit to invest all of my armorers with your innate talents. But I suppose we must all start somewhere, and if I abandoned every initiate that was slow to grasp a technique, our guild would have a grand total of, 9 members? Mayhap 10. I jest, but 'twould be few enough for our clients in the Maelstrom to have to share breastplates. So, what say you, Calla? You need only craft a dozen sheets of bronze plate to supplement Granai's own. When they are ready, I want you to deliver them to the lass in person. Mayhap your example will inspire her to take more care with her work. A dozen bronze... Okay. If it's too many, it's too many. But I don't think it is. And bronze plates. I believe the technical term for the amount we're making is a fuck ton. Hey, achievement! Pounding out the dents. Amateur. Some of them HQ'd. Oh, you must be Calla. The guildmaster told me you'd be... Wait, where did I put my hammer? Ah, there it is. Sorry, what were you saying? Right, yes, I would be most grateful for the extra sheets of bronze plate. Gods, did you craft these yourself? Why, they are absolutely... Whoa, nearly dropped them. No harm done, though. As I was saying, I can certainly see why the Forge Master speaks so highly of your work. The bronze is the perfect color and thickness, so I assume you carefully measured out the amounts of tin and copper. I always add too much tin. Did you know metal can shatter? Well, I didn't. Truth be told, I've tended to put all my effort into making the armor itself, rather than bothering with the base materials. I mean, compared to hammering out glorious winged helms or ornate greaves, measuring out metals just seems so trivial. But looking at your work, I'm beginning to wonder. I never realized how beautiful a simple sheet of bronze could be. With materials like this, just imagine the sturdy, shiny suits of armor one might create. It seems I've been putting the cart before the chocobo. From this moment onwards, I swear to focus all my attention and care on the task at hand, even if the task at hand is forging bronze ingots. And one of you, Calla, do you have any grand projects waiting for you on the anvil? I overheard some of the senior members boasting about the coin they made through tradecraft leaves. Might that be something you'd consider? They say Tamokri over at the Drowning Wench is the one to talk to, and that's where I'd be heading once I improve my technique. Now, where did I put that hammer? Terrifying. Forgemaster Hananza wishes you to offer a sympathetic ear to a novice armorer. Where have you been, Calla? There's work to be done. I need you to speak with another novice, a lass by the name of Dirstwida. I was due a barbet and a buckler from her a few bells ago, but I find myself standing here with nary a nose guard. Lest you wonder, Dirstwida is nothing like Granai. She is as dedicated to the craft as you are, and I've never known her to miss a delivery. Something must be amiss, and I need to find out what. I'd go and ask her myself, but I fear my usual approach would do more harm than good. The lass might be built like a sack of anvils, but she flinches at the merest hint of criticism. That's why I've decided to assign you as Dirstwida's supervisor for this job. I'm counting on you to sort this out, Calla. I'm not a supervisor. I don't want to be a leader. I'm not leadership material. I'm not getting a choice. Pleasure to meet you, miss. I'm sorry the Forge Master had to interrupt your work so that you might assist me with mine. I do hope you're not angry. I don't know if I could endure another dressing down. As pathetic as it sounds, that's actually the reason my delivery is late. I just can't bring myself to work. I'm sorry, I should start from the beginning. A short while ago, I received a visit from an armorer by the name of Blansteer. He is one of the old guard, a true veteran of the guild. After but a single glance at the armor I made, he yelled that my work wasn't fit to cover a kobold's arse. And now I cannot banish the scene from my mind. His face twisted in anger, those scornful words. Am I truly so talentless? Shame. It paralyzes me. If he had explained the flaws in my work, I might endeavor to correct them. But I couldn't bring myself to speak to him, or to anyone else for that matter. Not until now. Might you speak with Blanster on my behalf? I would know the reason behind this reprimand. I'm gonna go take that man down. I'm gonna go ruin his entire life. I have a hammer and I'm at knee height. Hey you! I am Blanster. If you're looking for an armor with a skill and integrity, you found him. What are you after then? Eh? You want to know what's amiss with Dirstwida's work? One of the guild's newer faces, are you? All these whelps training under Hananza get their heads filled with daft bloody notions of cooperation and camaraderie, when what they should be learning is how to use a pair of pliers. I've yet to meet one of her novices as could forge an ingot worth a damn, and them as ain't got the skill ain't worth me time. Which means you, girl, now bugger off. Not budging, eh? Wearisome wench. Alright then, tell you what, I'll give you one chance to prove yourself. Let's see you craft the same pieces as your friend made such a meal of. A decorated bronze barbet, and a bronze buckler it were, and if they're half decent, we'll have ourselves a nice little chat. Prepare to eat, crow. I will end you. Oops. Oh, did not mean to do that. Whoopsie. Alright. Let's make some bronze ingots. Just to have a few extra on hand. Bronze buckler. Don't have to be HQ. And a decorated bronze barbet. He's acting like it's hard. I simply craft the things. Bring me a decorated bronze barbet and a bronze buckler, or you'll get naught out of me save curses, you weeping sack of Sahagin shite. Yeah, this is why I'm gonna end you. Back at last, are ye? I was beginning to think you'd crawled off to Ul'dah to buy the damn things from a back alley peddler. Any road, let's have a look, shall we? Bugger me, are you sure you made these yourself? Huh. Seems at least one of Hanan's whelps knows the difference twixt hammer and sledge. Build or take me, you've some talent, lass. This barbet well shows the character of your work, precise and uncompromising, as it should be. You've realized that forging a helm ain't a matter of slapping a few molded sheets of bronze together. Nice. And your buckler's just as good. Small and light, but a damn sight sturdier than shields twice the size. Didn't expect to be saying this, but I'm impressed. With this level of quality and polish, you could make a tidy living for yourself as an artisan. But you're the exception, as proves the rule, lass. Fact is, the other novices ain't fit to lick your boots, dearest Weta included. So you tell her this from me. If you've the time to wallow in wounded tears, you've the time to examine your own mistakes. There's no room in this world for craftsmen as can't criticize their own handiwork. So learn how to gauge your failings and correct them, or hang up your bloody hammer. Do you understand the concept of mentorship? I don't think you do. If she doesn't have the skill set to recognize what she did wrong, she needs to have that developed by a more experienced hand. And you're just a jerk to boot. Or hang up my bloody hammer? Well, thank you for passing on Blansteer's advice. I believe I understand what he means to say, but but not everyone has the inner fortitude to endure such criticism, be it from oneself or from others. If such strength is required to master the armorer's set, then mayhap I have mistaken my calling. I joined the guild with the dream of following in Hanan's footsteps, but I see now that was folly. I shall have to think long and hard about my aspirations. Please convey my apologies to the Forge Master for the delay. Ah, so it was Blanster that caused the mess. The old bastard always did take it upon himself to weed out the weaker initiates. We're not exactly on the best of terms, he and I, even after all this time. I've known Blanster since we were naught but wide-eyed novices, serving our apprenticeships under the same master. We always had our differences, but when our master retired, they became that much more stark, and when we both put ourselves forward for the role of Forge Master, the resulting contest drove a permanent wedge between us. Blanster's arguments are not entirely without merit, but neither is his approach the only way to train new armorers. For that damnable curmudgeon, though, it's his way or no way at all. The idea of nurturing aught less than God's given talent is anathema to him, and his ears wax deaf at the mere mention of it. But outfitting an army is the work of more than a talented few. It is the work of many hands acting in unison. I've turned a blind eye to Blanster's behavior until now, but if he would threaten the unity of this guild, something must needs be done. I will think on it. Ananza, let me end him. Forge Master Ananza was just to discuss the issue of Blanster and his actions within the guild. How fare you, Calla? Have you had any further dealings with Blanster? If so, I do hope his bile has not begun to wear away at your better judgment. Lest you think me unjust, I do not dispute his skill with the hammer. I merely take issue with the lack of respect he shows to those he deems inferior. He is responsible for breaking the spirits of more than a few novice armorers, and our ranks suffer for it. But I cannot in good conscience remove his name from the guild register. For all his flaws, Blanster's knowledge and experience would be too great a loss. Instead, I must find a way to soften the old buzzard's stance, and for that I require your assistance. He will not unfold his thoughts to me, but mayhap he will to you. Don't look so surprised. You're one of the few armorers in the place whom he wouldn't see cast out. He may possess all the charm of a rabid quarrel, but he does have a fine eye for talent, and an appreciation for well-crafted goods. Take him one of your best iron hoplins, and I dare say he'll share his thoughts with you. Ah, but I should warn you. Sumerweb has informed me that we scarcely have sufficient iron plate to cover our existing commissions, so you will have to look elsewhere. Hawker's Alley will most certainly have what you need, or there is always the option of mining it yourself. Either way, I apologize for putting you to additional trouble. One last thing. I want you to meld materia to the finished shield. That should get the old sod's attention. Your vacant stare does not inspire confidence, Calla. In brief, materia is the crystallized essence of a well-worn piece of equipment. Such crystals are attached to other gear to enhance various properties. If you would know more, you should consider paying Mutamix a visit at his camp in central Fenelon. He will teach you about the process of enhancing equipment using materia. Oh, and he's a goblin. Now, the shield you craft must embody all of the knowledge and skill you have gained thus far. The sight of it should serve to convince Blanster that you are a like-minded soul and prompt him to speak to you as such. Good luck, Calla. May the builder guide your hand. The vacant stare was because I've had to meld so many frickin' materia to so many frickin' pieces. Iron lantern, it's just an iron hoplon. There we go. I need to make another iron plate. I think I've just gotten a bunch through decent, because I've never made an iron plate. And do you have elm lumber? No. Do you have elm lumber?
I think the housing vendor might, but if not, I can get you some.
I have to set up my bar. No, I'm going to the house. I'm cute. No elm lumber. Ooh, that looks good.
Unfortunately, I don't play them.
Well, oh well. No rush. I have to set up my bar. Probably. Thank you. Skill speed. +0. Yeah, I don't care. It counts. Thank you. I got a stack of skill speed materia to meld for all my required class quest items, and the skill speed does nothing when you meld it to the shield. Literally nothing. It's +0.
Am I done?
Yes. You're so aggressively demanding. You don't need company on the couch. I think this naked Ellison is going to be here all day. What do you want? Nanza, have you running errands again? Take this! What's this? Brought me a shield, have you? With materia. Impressive, but don't imagine a bit of materia is enough to make up for shoddy workmanship. I ain't the kind to be blinded by sparklies, lass. Now let's have a closer look. Bugger me. 'Tis when they make the step up from bronze to iron that the weaker craftsmen start to show their limitations. The metal being a damn sight harder to shape, all manner of flaws creep into their work. But there ain't a single bleedin' one in this shield. Your hammer blows were steady and measured. And you've kept the thickness of the iron nice and even, too. No bugger wants his shield splitting in half because the armorer beat the plate too thin. A fine piece of work, this. Damn fine. It's twice you've passed me inspection now, I'm convinced. You've the kind of skill as demands respect, lass. So, as one artisan to another, let me ask ye a question. What are your thoughts on Nanza's handling of the guild? I know ye ain't been with us for long, but you must have wondered what she was playing at, am I right? If ye ask me, the soft-hearted wench is polluting the damn place with blundering amateurs about her armorers in naught but name. An armorer crafts gear as keeps men alive. If you lack the skill or the experience to make armor as'll do the job, you've no business holding a hammer. Just imagine what'd happen if a breastplate made by one of them lackwits fell apart in battle. And not just to the poor bastard wearing it neither, I'm talking about what'd become of the guild's good name. The way Nanza entrusts these novices with a real craftsman's work, she's spitting in the face of the builder. Only a tried and true armorer should be taking orders and dealing with valued patrons. By refusing to get rid of the dregs, Nanza's dampening the flames in our forges. Forge master my ours. How can she be so bloody blind? Your critique of people is bad. You don't know how to actually train people. You only know how to bitch. Forge Master Nanza wishes to speak with you. Ah, there you are. Tell me, were you able to prize anything useful out of Blandsteer? What did he have to say? Dampening the flames of our forges. A familiar refrain. That stubborn old sod will never understand why his way is doomed to fail. Not that he's ever even thought to question it. If we choose not to pass on our knowledge, all of the techniques and methods we've perfected over gods know how long are destined to perish along with us. Blandster bemoans the dampening of our forge's flames, while advocating a course which would see them extinguished altogether. And that is why I will continue to expose all of our initiates to as many facets of the craft as I can, until such time as I die or am replaced. I may add you yourself that you yourself stand as a shining example of how effective this approach can be. I'll not force the issue, but you'd make the perfect champion for my cause. That said, Blandster's apparently come to much the same conclusion. He's submitted an order that asks for you by name. The order is for a single steel ingot. But being the difficult bastard that he is, he doesn't want just any steel ingot. He wants an ingot of the purest steel. And that'll require extra effort on your part. Well, I'll not keep you any longer. You'll have work to do and a cantankerous artist to impress. I'm out of bomb ash. To the market board! Yep, I'm out of bomb ash, but I should just be able to buy one. Or two. Two's also fine. Alright. Got my steel ingot. I'm gonna go shove it in Blandster's face. He may be a great armorer. He's a garbage mentor. You here to deliver that ingot, lass? I ain't one for idle chit-chat. I wouldn't be talking to you if I didn't have to. The weight feels right. Let's head inside and have a look, shall we? Haha, I knew you were up to the task, lass. You can't forge steel much purer than that. It's a common enough material, of course, and one no self-respecting armorer should have any trouble working. But it's the quality of these common materials that makes the difference between crafting a workaday piece and a masterpiece. No matter how shiny you polish it, your work will never be more than mediocre if the stuff you make from it is second-rate. Any road, I can see you've already learned that lesson. I swear, every time our paths cross, you're twice the armorer you was before. And yet, Nanza has a talented lass like yourself tidying up after her bungling bloody novices instead of giving you the freedom to master your craft. It makes my blood boil, it does. If our guild's to survive, it's got to be able to serve its customers' needs. Any buggerers don't contribute to keeping the roof over our heads don't deserve to work under it. I've naught but respect for you, Calla. You're the kind of armorer this guild needs more of. But tell me true, are you really content to waste your career wiping the arses of Nanza's squalling babes? Your talent's being buried in the mountain of mediocrity, and it's high time you did something about it. As to what, well, that's for you to decide. Sir, I am here as part of a team, not as a solo effort. In a bid to quell mutinous murmurings within the guild, Forge Master Nanza has decided to entrust you with a prestigious commission. Ah, Calla, the woman whose name is on everyone's lips. In case you didn't know, the entire guild seems to be holding its breath, waiting to see which side you'll come down on. The popular opinion is that you're ready to take up with Blandsteer. I have no such concerns, of course. Had you resolved to distance yourself from me, we would not be having this conversation. But that does not change the fact that your allegiance remains a subject of public debate, one which threatens the unity of the Guild. I propose you dispel our colleagues' unfounded anxiety by demonstrating your affiliation in a manner that none may doubt or dispute. Specifically, I would have you accept the commission of a valued client on my behalf. That, I think, would serve as proof of both my faith in you and of your support for the Guild's present course. Tell me, how would you like to try your hand at crafting a suit of steel chainmail? The order comes from a resident of Costa del Sol, an extremely wealthy and discerning gentleman who will accept nothing less than the finest quality armor. As you may imagine, his patronage is of great value to the Guild. I need hardly add that I would not entrust this commission to an armorer in whom I had aught less than the utmost faith. The client's maidservant, Nordirib, will supply you with the finer details of the order. She should be here in the city, conducting business at the Fisherman's Guild as we speak. Okay. I go. Greetings and salutations. What an honor it is to meet another of Limsa famed artisans. I'm sorry? A commission? Oh dear, there seems to be some confusion. I had already entrusted my master's commission to a veteran craftsman of your esteemed organization. You are acquainted with Blandsteer? His reputation precedes him, you see, and I saw little reason to doubt that a man of his experience should be assigned the task. Oh, but I do not mean to suggest that you... I merely sought to justify my own misapprehension. Regrettable though this situation may be, I would hesitate to shame your colleague by stripping him of his commission, given all the sterling work he has done for us in the past, I mean. Yet, I can well imagine that you are loath to return to your superior empty-handed. Assuming the finished armor is of exceptional quality, my master will provide full remuneration regardless of the hand that forges the links. Mayhap it would be best for all concerned if you discuss the matter with your fellow armorer. I'm going to go stab him in the kneecap. Stab. Stab. Stabbing's the answer. Hey, you. I'm gonna stab you in the kneecap. Well, if it isn't nonsense, lapdog. Why? I heard about your little show of allegiance. I suppose Nordwood told you I snatched that commission from right under your nose, did she? Huh. Seems we got ourselves a thorny little predicament, don't we? Well, I ain't about to hand the job back to you on a silver bleeding platter, but that don't mean I want you to give up, neither. Don't you see? This is the perfect chance to find out who's the better armorer, to see which of us has walked the right and proper path. I'm talking about a contest of skill, girl. Whichever of us crafts the finer suit of chainmail gets the job. But remember, this bloke pays good coin for a reason. He wants the best, and he ain't about to settle for less. Not that he'll have to, of course. Your armor would need to be bloody flawless to be better than mine, so our man will be getting his money's worth, whatever happens. Once you're ready, bring your army back here and we'll lay it out next to mine. We've both got our pride, so I reckon we can judge the results fairly for ourselves. Now bugger off! I'm gonna make this steel chainmail, and I'm gonna shove it down your throat. Link by link. Oh, I ran out of food and we ran into buffs. Link by link. Well, pressure too much for you, lass, or have you finally finished putting that chainmail together? Right then, let's have a look, shall we? Fireguts beard! Where'd you learn to forge links like that? It's bloody perfect! Brawlger himself would struggle to stick a dagger through that steel. And look at that luster! Strength and beauty in equal goddamn measure. Nanza should be praising the builder for dropping a gift like yourself in her lap. You won fair and square, Calla. I'll not bother to lecture you no more. I'll take your beauteous bloody chainmail to Norwood myself and let her know who it was that crafted it. That's an old tradition among us armorers, in case you didn't know. The loser of the contests gets the job of delivering the victor's goods. Bah, gloat while you can, lass. You just joined Nanza at the top of me list. This ain't over, not by a long shot. I will end you. Give me a mission to end him. Forge Master Hananza wishes to assign you a new commission. Greetings, Calla. I hear word that you bested Blandsteer in an armorer's contest of skill, an impressive feat and one of which you should be proud. But I'm afraid you've made a most troublesome enemy, for he is both persistent and vindictive. As you well know, I speak from bitter experience on that matter. Rather than dwell on this unpleasant rivalry, however, I would have you focus on your craft. Ready your hammer and pliers, Calla. There is much and more to do. Master Lingseth over at the Bismarck has commissioned a new steel fry pan, and as one might expect of the head of the Culinarians Guild, he accepts only the finest of wares. Now, compared to pounding out thick, protective plates of armor, cooking utensils, being generally smaller and lighter, require a somewhat more delicate touch. You must bring all of your concentration to bear, lest you risk ruining the entire piece with a single misplaced blow. In light of recent events, which have no doubt left your mind scattered, I believe a task that fully engages your faculties will prove beneficial. Let us not keep Master Lingseth waiting, Calla. To the forge with you. To the market board! If they had bomb ash at the guild, I would be able to make an unlimited number of steel ingots, but they want me to fend for myself. Oops. Wrong place. Offers guild. Alright. Steel fry pan. No, steel. Oh, steel fry pan. Iron fry pan. There's the steel fry pan. Oak lumber. I can make that myself. One more steel ingot. Oh wait, it's steel plate, so I need 2 steel ingots. 2 steel ingots, please. we've got our steel fry pan. Where is that fry pan, Calla? Is it true that you are no longer some rank? It is true that you are no longer some rank novice, but do not think your posterior is safe from the toe of my boot, if you should choose to dither and dally. Truly another consummate work. I can find no flaw with its weight or balance. It is not so heavy as to be a struggle to lift, yet it remains sturdy enough to endure the frantic pace of Bismarck's kitchens. I trust at this juncture that you comprehend in full my earlier warning. To produce a fry pan of this quality would most certainly have required your undivided attention, and I can tell this item received just that. The consistency of the metal's thickness is all the evidence one needs. This type of precision should not be undervalued. In this case, should the fry pan be poorly poured, the heat of its cooking surface will be uneven, and such flaws are unacceptable to an exacting culinarian such as Master Lingseth. Even the sturdiest of utensils, however, rarely last him more than a few seasons. It is a struggle to find armorers who can meet his demanding specifications when he turns to our guild for replacements. I had long intended to assign this commission to you, but your encounter with Blanstier had me doubting your ability to concentrate. This is one of those rare occasions where I am happy to be proven wrong. Your uncompromising attention to detail continues to be an inspiration to your colleagues. Ah, and speaking of the details, there is one that remains untended, delivering this fry pan into Master Lingseth's hands. I trust you do not need directions to the Culinarians Guild. You trust correctly. I'm an expert. Lingseth? You've come to deliver me a new fry pan, have you? Well now, ain't she a beauty? With this pan I'll be able to whip up all sorts of dishes and not fret about burning the middle or undercooking the edges. You say this was your work? Only the Forge Master herself has ever been able to make utensils what I'd consider worthy of Bismarck. Seems like I finally got me another craftswoman I can trust. You're welcome in me kitchen anytime, lass. I've fully graduated from you as a culinarian. You know me. Forge Master Nanza has an announcement for you. I hope you're feeling competitive, Calla, for Blanstier has submitted a formal challenge. It seems he means to recover the pride you cost him with your previous victory. He is as an overgrown, sulky child who sees his fellow colleagues as not more than rivals. In his tiny world, all that matters is who is the best, who is the brightest, and who is the most able to provide immediate value to the guild. Now, I would be lying if I said I did not also take such factors into account. You well know my demand for excellence. But the methods we take to reach it differ vastly. Blanstier would run a guild of exclusion, one in which an adventurer like yourself would have been unwelcome. The sense in that is clear. He may be my equal in skill and technique, but it is this narrow perspective that weighed the balance against him in our contest for the Guildmaster's chair. I won, and he lost. That simple fact plays an enormous role in the enmity that now lies between us, and I am certain that past defeat is no small part of what fuels Blanstier's present desire to prove himself your better. I regret that this ridiculous feud has drawn you into its bitter maw, but if it means seeing that stubborn old dodo put in his place, then I'm just as childish enough to encourage you to accept. Blansteer awaits you in his usual haunt. Go to him and show you the steel to pick up the gauntlet he's thrown down. I've had just about enough of Non's coddling ways. She's raising a generation of slackjaws, what look like armorers, but ain't fit to wipe the soot from a proper craftsman's backside. Before you know it, folk will start losing trust in the trade itself. Years of pride and tradition are crumbling to dust around our feet. Of course, ever since you bested me in our little competition, me words don't carry the weight they once did. Seems like I've got to take ye down a few pegs before I can start putting things all right. Aye, the world needs to know that old Blanster's not to be beaten by one of Hanan's lot, even if it were her prize pup. We'll settle this the old-fashioned way, a 3-round contest of skill. There ain't no point in dragging this out, so let's get straight to the challenge for the first round, the final mithril cuirass you can forge. Since I'll be choosing the tasks, we'll leave the appraisal of our work to your precious forge master. I'll be taking the armor to her directly. Once you've shown Hananza your own cuirass and heard her decision, you bring the piece to me so as I can see it for myself. I'm going to beat the pants off of you. Prepare to cry like a little baby. Mithril ore? No. To the Forge Master! Blansteer has already been here to submit his work for appraisal. You have a mithril cuirass prepared as well, I trust. Yes, and mine is better. This is superb craftsmanship, Calla. It seems the pressures of this challenge have done naught to cloud your eye for detail. In fact, you may have produced your finest piece yet. It is superior to Landseer's never respect. You think me biased? Yes, it is true that I despise that self-centered windbag, but I mean to judge this contest fairly, and the Rogaden's armor was indeed forged with his customary quality. But it is thus that the brilliance of your cuirass shines all the more brightly for improving on the work of a master artisan. Mithril is a notoriously difficult material to shape, yet see the gloss of these plates, not a single imperfection to mar the surface. I have cast an eye over many a set of suit of armor, but it is refreshing to know that I can still be impressed. The first round goes to you. I only wish I could be there to see Landseer weep when you show him the masterpiece you have created. The Forge Master and I are united in a common goal. We want to make Landseer cry. So, Nanza chose your armor over mine, did she? Surprise, surprise. Come then, pup, let's see this bloody work of art. Huh. Well, you've not been neglecting your craft, that much is certain. I can't rightly disagree with her decision, but the next round will be a different story. You can be sure of that. Yeah, the next round will be different because you're gonna cheat. Forge Master Hananza wishes to relay to you Landseer's next challenge. Landseer has notified me of the challenge for the second round of your contest. Defeat in the first round has humbled him not a whit, it seems. You may have gained an early lead, Calla, but keep your focus sharp. As I have said before, complacency can be your downfall, and a man like Landseer is at his most dangerous when his pride is on the line. Now, according to the wishes of our vindictive veteran, for this next round you are to craft several items, and you must do so within a reasonable time frame to reflect the pressures of an actual commission. He fails to mention what he considers to be reasonable, so I suggest you work with dispatch. The challenge requires you to forge a pair of mithril-plated caligae, a reinforced mithril elmo, and a pair of mithril solarets, all of the finest possible quality. Naturally, every one of these items requires an abundance of mithril ore. See how he deliberately chooses the same material as before? Such is Landseer's confidence in his ability and his certitude that he cannot be beaten twice under similar conditions. This is your chance to unravel that obnoxious self-assurance, and end this contest with a second-round victory. If anyone can quench the fury of that insufferable Aurochs, Calla, it is you. Bring your submissions to me once you are satisfied with your forging. Take no shortcuts. I expect to see armor of unsurpassed quality. I'll do my best! Out here doing my best every day. It's the Lalafell way. That and kneecapping our opposition. Alright. I'm ready to go and get more mithril. A reinforced mithril elmo. I'm good. And mithril solarates. Solarates. There we go. It does require an abundance of mithril. has a lot of opinions about everything. Oh no, that was the last thing she wanted. No hugs allowed. Alright. Gonna hand over these things that I've painstakingly crafted with my own 2 hands only for Hananza to rob me on behalf of the guild. But it's Blanstier's fault somehow. A different Earl Grey. Do you have the pieces required for the second round? I need to see a pair of mithril-plated Calla, a reinforced mithril elmo, and a pair of mithril tolerates, all of the best quality you can muster. Yes, I have everything, and you're about to steal it from me. Well done, Calla. Your work is flawless. I would declare you the victor this very moment, except I need you to relinquish this armor to the guild. As for the why, it concerns a potentially dire loss of trust and reputation. Do you recall the time you aided one of our novices with an order of bronze hoplins? Well, I'm afraid young Swithin has failed to deliver once more. He has improved much in his craft, spurred on as he was by your example, but again the lad accepted a commission he could never hope to honor, and one does not break a promise made to the maelstrom. I could drop full responsibility for this failure onto Swithin's unreliable shoulders and cast him out of the guild, but what worth is a guild that does not to support its own members when they truly need it? Blanstier is a harsh man, but not entirely without reason. If you explain the circumstances, he may grant you a few extra days to forge your submission anew. What say you, Calla? Will you yield your work to the guild? Well, I don't have any choice. Bygot's blessings be upon you, Calla. Swithin, come over here and show some gratitude. I don't know how to repay you for saving my neck yet again. I'll never forgive myself if it costs you your victory over Blanstier. But the compassion you and the guild forge master have shown me this day will not be squandered. This I promise you. I'll work twice as hard, 3 times even. We are in your debt. I'll arrange to have these pieces delivered to the maelstrom quartermasters immediately. Meanwhile, you should hurry over to Blanstier and explain the delay in your submission. No, you've fully cost me the victory. He will not yield. What's this now? You let the guild have your armor to make up a missed order? What did I tell ye? Those fumble-fingered parasites are holding you back at every turn. Ye was meant to honor the terms of our contest, no matter the circumstances. Now, you've neither the gear you crafted to show for your effort, nor the time to forge a new submission. This round goes to me. I'll grant ye this ain't the kind of victory a man looks for, but rules is rules, lass, and failure comes with consequence. So I don't want to hear no excuses for the final round. You just bring your best work to the table, and we'll let the results stand for themselves. I'm going to stab you in the privates. I'm going to carve up your family jewels. Forge Master Nanza wishes to speak with you regarding Blanstier's final challenge. I must thank you again, Calla, for sacrificing your time and effort to help our guild with that order for the maelstrom. It behooves us not to fail clients such as they, no matter the reason, but as is our fate, we are rarely afforded a respite from the flames of the forge. I have recently been informed that Admiral Merlweb will be inspecting various organizations, our own Armorers Guild included, and their roles in promoting Limsa and the Mince's trade with the East. The impressions made during this inspection will have a direct influence on whom the Maelstrom chooses as the provider of its equipment and other sundry supplies. Blanstier, in his usual arrogant manner, has proposed that we seize this opportunity to have the Admiral herself serve as arbiter for the final round of your contest. Ugh, imagine how that bastard would crow if he were to suffer defeat before the commander of Limsa Lamince's Grand Company. The credence such a public failure would lend to his arguments would spell the end of the guild as we know it. You must not allow this to come to pass. Success in this third and final challenge hinges on your ability to forge what might need to be the most exquisite cobalt habergeon in the realm, and as you'd expect, it is one of the more demanding pieces of armor a student of our discipline can attempt. While I harbour not the slightest doubt that you will produce a habergeon of surpassing quality, let us tip the scales in your favour by augmenting it with a materia. A heaven's eye materia of the 3rd grade should do the trick. Once your armour is complete, deliver it to the Sergeant Zwirnbeck at the Hawker's Round, and he will see it passed along to the Admiral. Stop being naked! He's just AFK right next to the Forge Master. Oh yeah. Cobalt Habergeon. I would also like... I'm just gonna send you the ingredients. Oh my god. Here she comes. Oh, she's having zoomies. Zoomies! Where'd you go? In the window? You're in the window. Huh? Yeah. Hello there. Thank you. Much obliged. You can watch me make it if you want. Ginger. Getting underfoot. Ta-da! Oh my goodness, you're so fussy today. Calla, Lily. Ah, you have a cobalt habergeon for me then. It would not do to keep Admiral Merlwood waiting. Consider your submission accepted. I think you'll enjoy the Admiral's methods of appraisal. Calla, Landsteer, this is the final round of your contest. It will declare victory or defeat. May the best armor win. Admiral, who are these gentlemen? Where are the mannequins? I find little can be learned from insipidly lifeless models, so I've decided to take a different tack. My men here will wear your armor's submissions instead. I see. Do you intend them to take on varying poses for your inspection? In a manner of speaking. We wish to determine the quality of the armor, do we not? I prefer the direct approach. Its beard! What kind of appraisal is this? You really that surprised, Nanda? No finer way to test your gear than in the heat of battle. Using flesh and blood warriors is hardly necessary. What if the risks of injury? Heh. Your armor was built to withstand far worse than this. If those blokes get hurt by them oversized hatchets, then I ain't got no business being here. You agree on that score, don't you, Calla? Well, well, it appears your claims to excellence are more than empty boasts. Let's raise the stakes, shall we? Admiral, you go too far. Such expensive equipment is of little use to us if it cannot stop a bullet. Unless you think me reckless, my men were never in any real danger. I quite carefully inspected the sturdiness of both habergeons before we began. You are not the only one with an eye for quality, dear Forge Master. In any case, it appears we have a winner. I don't believe it. The shot punched through me links? What's so damn different between your armor and mine? I forged mine out of spite. Perhaps the reason you cannot answer that question, Armorer, is the reason you just lost to your colleague. Bloody hells. This was a most educational and entertaining experience. When the Maelstrom next finds itself in need of replacement equipment, I believe I know just the sort of armor to whom we shall turn. Congratulations, Calla! It was a close contest, but you've struck a telling blow here today nonetheless. The question is, does Landsteer yet realize his folly? It would be best for you to seek him out, to learn where we now stand. Now I'm going to go kick him while he's down. Come to see me beaten and broken, have you? You made a bloody fool out of me. Bah! I made a fool out of myself. I was just too thick-headed and stubborn to see it coming. Reckon I ought to steer clear of guild business for a time, get me some distance to think on all of this. But you tell that heartbeat Nanda that she better not let this place fall to pieces. I'll still be watching. However, like Blansier to have the last word, at least now he seems to have grasped the idea that his way is not as absolute as he believed. After all, the greatest source of innovation is found in our connection with others. For instance, did you know that kobold was the original pronunciation of cobalt? It was through trade with those beastmen miners that we first encountered and subsequently refined the use of cobalt ore. Without such contact, it is unlikely that the armor you forged for the last round of your contest would even exist today. There's only so much an armorer can achieve on her own. It is mutual respect and a healthy dose of friendly rivalry that truly spurs the improvement of a craft. Blansier's gravest mistake was to see his rivals as enemies. By walling himself off from his peers, he denied himself the knowledge of techniques which you were grateful enough to receive. His defeat was inevitable. And it was your determination and skill that taught him the dangers of stagnation. You embody everything I stand for, Calla, and the guild is richer for your presence. Thank you. Alright. I need Navigator's daggers, but right now I'm going to do a little dance. Please enjoy. I shall return. Alright, we dance our dance. We see if we can pull up a guide for Fisher quests. Okay. Okay. That's what I needed. We are on Navigator's Daggers. Okay, I don't just want the quest objective, I want to know where to get them. Okay, I'm just gonna have to click in individually, and that's okay. You know what? That's okay. Now, for Fisher, I already have an active quest. It is the level 15 quest. You can see it in my sidebar. I have to go grab 5 Navigator's Daggers. So I'm just gonna head on over to Aleport to go to Brewer's Beacon. And I think I'm in the right time window, so I should be able to grab them in fairly short order. As you can see, I am already an experienced fisher person. Helmet crab. Don't need that. Fortunately, I already have release, so I won't have to load myself up with a bunch of unnecessary fish. There we go, that's a harbor herring, I don't need that, and I will desynth it. It might not come out till midnight. Got a raw flight oyster. Got a white coral. There we go. There's a navigator's dagger. Just have to be properly patient. Two out of 5. And now 3 out of 5. And 4 out of 5. Just need one more. Patience. Patience. Ta-da! You fish and catch 5 fish? Catch for Croutron? Yes. The shiny shine, the smelly smell. Cannot waste to taste the tasty taste. Well, it looks like we found the fish you were after. You find! Maybe chouchouron season with season, or smoke with smoke, maybe grill on grill, many cooking options for cook. My, you're certainly putting a great deal of thought into this. Chouchouron gifted to feast on feast gift. Best Chouchouron, regard you with Chouchouron's best regards. We're always grateful for your patronage, Chouchouron. Please see him out and return here afterwards, Calla. We've more to discuss. Phew, I'm glad you were able to handle that sudden request. So many of these freeloading fishermen can't be bothered to stay ashore for more than a day at a time. You, on the other hand, have proven far more reliable. I can think of at least one Kaikern who'd agree. Now that you've seen how rewarding fishmongering can be, I hope you'll take the initiative to try it yourself. Sissy Poo would teach you the advantages of fishing without live bait. You might recall Chouchouron, the babble-spewing fish connoisseur. Perhaps not, but he certainly recalls you. Apparently there aren't enough fish in the sea, so he's set his sights on freshwater fish. He's even tried catching them himself, though that's proved problematic so far. While Kaikern possess a healthy appetite for fish, they lack the necessary patience and often end up eating their own bait. The problem has a relatively straightforward solution, employing a lure in place of live bait. Unfortunately, this straightforward solution requires a roundabout demonstration, as Chutron does not readily accept the concept of inedible bait. If only you might snag 5 warm water trout with crowflies, he might come to see the light. The fish are said to populate the shores of Oakwood and Upper Lenosha, though I can't say I've been recently. I consider it inauspicious to cast one's line under the watchful gaze of a giant sea serpent. Well, I can hardly blame you there. There's my Radosh. Let's be outside of the fate cycle so we don't have to hear that. Five whole warm water fish. Fishing is a game of patience. Pond mussels. No, I don't want to be in the fate. Patience. Dark bass. Right, we got 1 out of 5. Only 1 out of 5. I counsel patience. I keep missing it because I keep sipping tea. I'm sorry, fish. Only sip tea when I've got something on the hook. Dark bass. More warm water trout. Huzzah! 2 out of 5. 3 out of 5. Four out of 5. And we are done.
Oh, I need cauliflower rice.
How can Calla bait fish without bait? You truly fish trout with using fake food? Indeed. For all the fish I know, the lure may as well be live. Calla skillfully used them to catch these tasty tasties. You see, Chuchurun, deception lies at the heart of fishing. Yes, yes, lies lie at the heart of fishing. Chuchurun no fool, Chuchurun fool fish. Precisely. Well, I trust that we've managed to guide you to the path of self-sufficient fishing. Sisipu would have you learn a new technique. You're familiar with the Culinarians Guild, aren't you, Calla? If you couldn't tell by its supercilious name, their members are a finicky bunch, particularly the fussy Master Lingseth. So when he comes asking for shadow catfish, no other fish will do, even if I kindly explain that fishing one out involves an arduous journey to Fallgourd Float, followed by grueling labor. Naturally, I thought of you for the task. This will likely require a bit of fish wheeling, if you know what I mean, though I imagine you do not, as I just invented that word. It means recasting a fish you've just caught as bait for a yet larger fish. In my wisdom, I have deemed that your fishing prowess, land-faring acumen, and physical presence directly in front of me directly qualify you as the ideal candidate for the job. I have no doubts you'll be more than amply capable of fish wheeling, or any new terms I see fit to conjure up for that matter. Simply use crayfish balls to catch a striped goby, then recast that to catch the shadow catfish. Take it from the inventor of fish wheeling, since the striped goby will become your lure, you want to catch the biggest, shiniest one you can find. A long journey lies ahead of you, and I fear the guild will not be the same in your absence. However, I choose to think of it not as losing a friend, but gaining a shadow catfish. Good luck. I got mooching, and I got mooching. Maiden carp. Boy, I'm not catching any large striped gobies. And I don't have Mooch 2 yet. I need Mooch 1. When do I get Mooch 2? 63. I am 57. More striped goby! More striped goby! I just cannot get that high, well, large striped goby for love or money. There we go. All I had to do was complain about it. Ta-da! You'll find the catfish you seek at Falkord Float in the North Shroud. Mayhap it's a tad presumptuous to say you will find one, but that's where they are, at any rate. I did find one. Lingsa thought to crack a smile when he glimpses this beauty. They say never to look a gift fish in the mouth, but one can't help but stare at that gaping grimace. It looks like it could swallow a person whole. I'm sure the fish of Gridania are none too displeased to see this one leave the water. I heard that Yarzons covet the fish too, sometimes migrating north and attacking fishermen in hopes of stealing the catch. Suppose I should have warned you about that ahead of time. Still, I don't see what all the fuss is about. For all the lengths one needs to travel and dangers one need brave, this fish tastes little better than mud. Psst. Pardon me, but perhaps I might persuade you to prepare them in a proper bath. Water washes off the waste you can wipe away, but the invisible vapors only vanish with vinegar. You must mind the mud you can't see. Speaking of the mud you can't see, where did you come out of all of a sudden? A good guildmaster gusts in and goes out a gale. Now you see me, now you don't. Actually, I think we both still see you standing right there. But that is neither here nor there. Calla, there are few fishermen who could haul in the catch you did today. Frankly, I've started to wonder how we ever got along without you. Oops, I meant to desync the stack. Sissy Poo would have you attend to another incomprehensible customer. The catfish you fetched for Lingseth has raised quite a stir. He was so pleased with the quality and quickness of the delivery that he's been raving about you to anyone in earshot, and now the word is swirling around Limsa of a fabled fisherwoman has reached the ears of your fellow guildmates. Though most of them have no idea who you are, it doesn't stop the lazy sunbathers from fabricating folk stories about you. Meanwhile, Tucheron's done his part to add to your fame, singing your praises well beyond the walls of the guild. So well beyond the walls, in fact, that goblins have come to enlist your help. Toctix is a friend of Tucheron, so we're somewhat obligated to hear him out, though I don't expect him to be much more intelligible. Loath though I am to admit it, we'll most likely need Wabbalago again. Tucheron told many glory tales of mighty Fishbringer to Toctix. Toctix is friend, Tucheron is friend, Fishbringer is friendy friend, yes? Moon was shining on easter seas of Lenosha when most lovely fish appeared. Toctix wonder if friendly friend Fishbringer can bring back lovely fish from Moonsea? I understood that just fine. What are you talking about? So Goblin gets a glimpse of some gills and I'm to guess the game? Haha, naturally I know what you need, Annette. I'm only surprised you saw fit to solicit my support. The moment you mentioned the moon on the easter seas of Lenosha, I figured out the frisky fish you're fixing to fetch. Full moon sardines. Schools of striplings migrate under moonlight through the Strait of Merlthur to return to their mothers or meet their makers. Tastiest time to take them too, pluck them plumb in their prime. From dusk to dawn, droves dip and dive down Bloodshore. Spinning spoonworms in the water will snag you some sardines and sate your sponsor. Ten full moon sardines. have to wait till midnight. 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. actually. It's a shame it's so dark, but... And it's still only 3:30 p.m. Another couple in-game hours. Wow, there was quite a long pause in the music there. Slightly more than an hour in game before I can start fishing. Hopefully this is one of the only time-gated fishing expeditions that I'll need to take. Okay, I think it is now time to head for the beach. You're gonna take mercy on my poor fat cat. Eh? Oh. We'll just use the versatile lure then. Angelfish. Blowfish. I got one! One down, 9 to go. Another! 3 out of 10. 7 more to go. Another blowfish. Boy, I'm gonna have plenty of fish to desense after this one. More blowfish. Now 4 out of 10. Oh, I got a recruit and a lavender remora. Halfway there. 5 out of 10. Fireflies. We are now at 6 out of 10 full moon sardines. An ash tuna. Now at 7 out of 10. Let's go, let's go. Alright, we've done it. Right, tactics. I trust I've adequately fulfilled your expectations. A 10 fish of Moonful is for tactics. Yes, Fishbringer has brought lovely fish from Moonsea. Ah, first eye catch of lovely fish is still fresh in brain case of tactics. Tactics has dreamings to taste lovely fish. Friendly friend, Fishbringer has made true tactics big dreams. Glory tales of Chucharoon are no silly babble. Fishbringer is Fishbringer of fairy legends. Tactics make sure every gobby knows Fishbringer fairy legend. I have fulfilled the brief. Congratulations, Fishbringer! Fame with fast-trading goblins is liable to bring you fortune. Although, you might want to find a less pungent title so as not to drive away other prospective patrons. But what's in a title? That which we call a Fishbringer by any other name would smell as sweet. I am a seeker of bounty. Sissy Poo would send you to Thanalin to aid tactics once more. Your goblin friendly friend was looking for you earlier. He was hoping you'd make his fishiest fantasies come true. He recalled a dish that tickled his fancy some years ago, and now needs you to procure the necessary fish for him. This desert catfish, as it is apparently called, is indigenous to, and this is the truly mind-boggling part, the desert of all places. Toctic spoke of a trapper named Ugormuli who'd fished one out of the forgotten springs in the southern reaches of Thanalin. If you want that catfish, you'd best go speak with her. Okay. Friend of tactics, you say? Sure, dune fished my fair of desert catfish. Would never eat them, though, know that much. Only ever use them as sandworm bait. Thought of eating desert catfish hadn't occurred to me until the goblin devoured it before my eyes. Still wouldn't touch them myself. Different fish for different folk, as they say. No problem fishing them out, though. Can even tell you how it's done. Just comes down to the right bait in the right place. Nothing to it, really. Easy as dropping a line with some sand leeches at the fishing hole east of Byergate Strike, near the Amalja encampment. Not the same as sea fishing here in the dunes, mind you. Real test of your reel out here. Trick is to hold on when it flails. Only takes one to make a day's haul. Good hunting. And there we have it. Fishbringer find tasty fresh fish cat and sandy lands for friendly friend tactics. Tactics is Thanksgiving to Fishbringer for lip smacking fish cat. Fish cat no strings make for strengthful satchel strands. Tactics trades tongue flaps with Lingsath for fancy cooking of fish cat and Bismarck. Lingsath only fancy cooks after shop lock because of strengthful fish cat odor. Fishbringer makes Tactics one happy copy. Right on. Sissy Poo would have you assist with a request of some importance. Just the fisher I was hoping to see. Uncanny timing, as always. The celebrity you've achieved has resulted in more obscure requests than I know what to do with. Your dune fishing escapades in particular have raised eyebrows. The truly eccentric requests I've seen fit to turn away, but who can say no to the Brugere Consortium? I, for one, cannot, but perhaps you'll have something else to say when you speak with Sybil. She's waiting for you outside the guild. Ah, Calla, I take it. The legend said you were svelte, but failed to mention how voluptuous you are as well. I have no doubt that our time together will be advantageous to us both. To business, then. I want you to bring me rain collars from Gridania's jadeite flood. However, there's a catch to this catch. The rain collars spend most of their time lying dormant on the bed of the water, active only when the rains come. Keep an eye to the skies. You'll need the fish to be aroused, so that they'll bite at the bait. Stem borers are most effective, or so I am told. As to why we want them, well, the fish are prized by wealthy Uldans for possessing certain properties, and it is the custom of the Brugere Consortium to fulfill unconventional needs and desires. 5 rain collars are all we require to satisfy these aristocrats' needs. Okay. I cry every day. It is not raining. Whoops. I'm gonna stand here till my umbrella comes out, and then I can go fish. And we're back. With any luck, it's going to start raining in just a moment. Maybe we'll be able to go get our rain colors. I turned away for just a second and now it's raining. I'm like, oh my god, I gotta go! Run! Run! Ah! No! Nope. Damn it. I can't zoom in any further. I've waited so long I'm almost out of food. We can do it. We can fish if we want to. I really wish I had identical cast, but I don't. Got a ring collar. At least I only need 5. get 10, I can sell 5. Everything I need, and then some. Bring us 5 rain collars from Gridania's Jade-Eyed Flood. We will make it worth your while. I knew you were the right lass for the job. Who else could deliver such rare and virile specimens? These will suit the Uldan's purposes quite well. The elder males have been led to believe that ingesting the rain colors will endow them with, let us say, vigor. No one knows whether it is true, and I don't personally care to find out. I only know that rich men will stop at nothing to recapture their former glory, and so these fish should fetch a fair price at market. Speaking of fetching, I'm quite impressed with your handiwork, Calla. The consortium will be pleased. Of course, you've pleased more than just the consortium. I look forward to seeing more of you. Yikes. Sissy wishes to assign you to another commission from the Brugaire Consortium. Oh, so you haven't forgotten the Old Fisherman's Guild? Good to see that all the prestige and glamour that accompanies fishing stardom hasn't gone to your head. It's a wonder your head hasn't popped with all the sardine and catfish fables inflating your legend to prodigious proportions. And to think I knew you when you were still dredging anchovies out of the muck. Rest assured that whatever greatness you go on to achieve, you'll always be the sorry scrap of kelp that floated into the guild one fateful day, as far as I'm concerned. Now go speak with Sybil and see to her request. Didn't you notice her waiting for you outside? Ah, Calla. Calla. The libidinous lords of Ul'dah were terribly excited by the rain colors you reeled in, sending our profits soaring accordingly, and so I came to lay out another challenge before you. You've conquered the waves and dunes, but what of the clouds? Only you are heavenly enough to fish the cloud cutters that swim the low skies of Ishgard within the Sea of Clouds. I too doubted my ears upon hearing of such fish, but Carwalane's resolve was adamant, and he will hear no protests. Besides, I've never been one to say no. Lucky for us, the Brugaire Consortium has friends in high places, namely the Highlands of Querthus. You'll want to seek out Firminant at White Brim Front. He will tell you all you need to know. Confident you will prevail in your conquest, I have rendered full payment to Sissy in advance. You need only bring her 5 cloud cutters to satisfy me. Okay. Sup, Firminant? Greetings, traveler. Visitors from Limsa are rare to these climes. I am told you seek to fish the magnificent cloud cutters that grace the Sea of Clouds. As squires, we practice catching our dinner, but the task is trying for even the most experienced among us. How one unaccustomed to the chore might hope to succeed where so many accomplished fishermen have failed is beyond me, but mine is not to stand in the way of foolhardy endeavors. The fish float upon inflating pockets of vapor, allowing them to ride currents of air. They are thus able to escape predators and take refuge in the clouds. Moreover, an aerial fish requires an aerial worm, in this case, hoverworms. Such is the extent of the knowledge that I will confer unto you. I fear the remainder is a matter of experience and skill. I should wish you luck. You will surely need it. Wow. Rude. What? Like it's hard? Alright, level 58 Fisher. And I did run out of food. I think I'm getting plenty of experience. I still only have 5 cloud cutters. I'm calling it here. So, you're to pluck 5 cloud cutters from the skies of Korthus. Are we certain these aren't birds? No, they're fish. Here they are. In my hand. The fabled cloud cutters. It turns out they weren't birds after all. Just like jellyfish, they jump, jerk, and jolt to jiggle themselves up. Well, speaking of things that float around aimlessly, Ishgardians consider the cloud cutter a crest of class and character, and confer to them to commemorate and congratulate countrymen who commit conduct a cut above the clouds, if you will. I won't, but what use would it be to Carvalane? Local lore alleges that a legendary Elezen in Limsa Laminta is actually an Ishgardian lord. I wonder what you'd do if it were Carvalane. I would do what I'm going to do anyway. Deliver the fish! Pragmatic of you. Gods, this is unbelievable. According to the age-old adage, when the going gets tough, the tough go fishing. Unfortunately, the adage is of little use when the tough going happens to be a fishing ban. You haven't heard, have you? Ainsar Slafierson has closed all docks and ports for fishing vessels on the authority of Admiral Merlweb. Some sorry sailor supposedly spotted a serpent at sea, and so Slafierson stated that, for our safety, all our services must cease. It's all so frustrating. Well, we may be a group of sedentary fishers, but we're not about to take this sitting down. First, we'll need to know what we're up against. The Bruguiere Consortium maintains ties to the Maelstrom, so Sybil may know something we do not. It is time to go fishing for information. It's certainly a pleasure to see you again, though I wish it were under happier circumstances. The news came as a shock to us as well. Any Livingston who's ever boarded a boat has heard the tale. Back when the world was naught but a dry, lifeless rock, Limlayan created a giant serpent. From its massive maw, the creature spat forth water until the land was filled. But it would not stop. To prevent the world from being completely submerged, the navigator trapped the serpent in a floating island, with the warning that if it were ever to be freed, the seas would rise until the world ended. This is from where the thalassocratic motto, "Till sea swallows all," comes. You can imagine the Admiral's surprise upon learning a sailor claims to actually have seen the serpent in question. While you and I may recognize it as a fairy tale and aimed to scare children, the panic in the streets is real, and so Slafierson hasn't had any choice but to take drastic measures in order to maintain the peace. Regrettably, those drastic measures have dire consequences for both your guild and my consortium. And the Maelstrom is too occupied with ship inaugurations to conduct a proper inquiry, meaning our only hope is to take matters into our own firm yet supple hands. It may be impossible to prove the sea serpent does not exist, but perhaps the testimony of the eyewitness could be impugned. I believe you have met the sailor responsible for the sighting, the one known as Chucharoon. Chucharoon, why would you do this to us? Chucharoon see big fish at sea. Some say sea serpent. Chucharoon just want fish to fish. See fishermen walago about fishing fish in sea. I have seen enough at sea to know when sailors are seeing things, and what Chucharoon saw was no sea serpent for sure. Missing your marks will make mountains out of molehills. Distances deceive and delude the minds of men at sea. My money says your serpent is a Maslaya merlin, a fairly big fish, but by no means a monster. You can see them barreling back and forth along the north of Blood shore. But if spied from the shore, people will just shrug their shoulders. You need to make them meet that marlin up and close and personal. I'll admit it's easier expressed than executed, and I've never nabbed one. If you don't loosen up your line, they'll rip your rod right out of your hands. But first, you need a bite. They won't waste their breath on worms from other waters. Maslaya marlin demand mooching, more familiar to you as fish-wheeling, perhaps. And not just any mean act of mooching, but the daunting duty of the dramatic double mooch. I reckon you're ready for it. Get a goby ball and haul in a harbor herring. Once you've hitched your herring, offer it up to an ogre barracuda, then bait that beast to make the Maslaya marlin bite. Makes me want to sail out myself, but Slafierson would slay any guildmaster who slights him. Besides, I'm sure Sissipoo would sooner see you succeed at it. I have the cheat code. Gah! I can't believe we're reduced to this. Still, while Wawalago's never been right for running a guild, he's never been wrong about a fish. If he says our serpent is a Maslaya marlin, that's what it is. That's the marlin? I can see how some might mistake it for a monster. Hopefully Slafierson will see it the same. Come, Sybil arranged for us to speak with the Grand Storm Marshal. So many moons has it been, I can scarcely remember the last time I boarded a merchant ship for anything other than an inspection. quite comfortable indeed aboard the luxurious fleet of the Bruguiere Consortium, no doubt to put crooked mongers and traffics at ease while making illicit deals at sea. Perish the thought! We would never dream of calling the Grand Storm Marshal to a vessel where such roguery took place. A shame. I'd imagine those sort of vessels were the most fun. I suppose we'd then best tend to business. Of course, sir. Allow me to introduce you to the Maslaya Marlin. Great Loom Lion's ghost! The blurry thing is massive! However did you catch it? Though I suppose that doesn't matter. At any rate, is it your contention that this Marlin is our sea serpent? You can sing yourself to sleep with that silly sea serpent story, but it still won't hold water. I knew things were proceeding too smoothly. You always know just the wrong time to act the guildmaster, don't you? Never you mind. I've known Wawalago long enough not to mind his manners. Unlike his fish, I know when I'm being baited. Boy, you've been baiting and bullying us with your ban. Will you let up and lift it? A fine question. To lift the fishing ban or to not lift the fishing ban? What to do, what to do, what to do. On the one hand, I could lift the ban, but on the other... Now who's the one baiting? Why not? Of course, there are formalities we must observe, so I'm afraid the declaration will have to wait until the morrow. And the ban will be lifted, won't it? Unless you'd prefer it weren't. By no means, it's just I feared that simply bringing you a large fish might fail to serve as adequate evidence in overturning a formal military promulgation. Well, I never really believed all this sea serpent silliness in the first place. It was more about putting the Minson's minds at ease than anything else, and the Marlin you've brought me should accomplish just that. A few of our more paranoid conspiracy theorists in the Maelstrom alleged that the serpent to be part of an elaborate Sahuagin plot, so this should make for a nice laugh at their expense as well. And to think, this all started because someone spotted a large fish. And because fishtails are wont to grow in size, the large fish became serpent-sized, and then ceased to be a fish altogether. Makes you wonder about what other sorts of overblown fantasies we've all been led to believe. It sounds like you were ready to lift the ban whether we brought you the Marlin or not. If only it were that simple. A fine Grand Storm Marshal I would be if I went lifting bans willy-nilly without any evidence the problem had been solved. This Marlin is essential to assuaging the irrational fears of the public. Well, then I suppose Calla's efforts weren't for naught, after all. I only wonder how the fishtail grew out of proportion in the first place. I don't delight in delving into details, but that deed might have been my doing. Why am I not surprised? When I mentioned to Chuchurun that the Maslaya Marlin was a monster, I meant it metaphorically, but mayhap he misunderstood. I think it would be in the best interest of all involved if I don't hear any more of this story. The Maelstrom expresses its gratitude for your efforts in bringing this evidence to light. Your guild will be notified when the fishing ban is formally lifted. I bid you good day. Terrifying to think a little exaggeration can get out of hand, particularly when you consider how often fishermen exaggerate. But it sounds like Saphirson knew something was fishy all along. Nevertheless, you saved our guild from destruction at the hands of an imaginary sea serpent. Funny how Nanamalika delivered you to our doorstep just when we needed you most. And I certainly can't consider you a guppy anymore, now that you've caught a marlin the guildmaster himself never quite reeled in. I'd say we name you the guildmaster, but then Wawalago would have nothing to dodge, and I'm not ready to let that fish off the hook so easily. But I suppose we could at least let him know he has a rival. And that might be your finest fishing accomplishment of all, luring Wawalago back to work. I've done my best. On to the last one. Sell, 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 sell. What? And time to go to the bathroom. I shall return. Back to decent to make more room in my inventory. break it down. Okay, let's see. Marvelous as food items. We're gonna sell all the bait. Mostly because you can buy all of it again if you need it. I don't anticipate her needing it. Okay. Ow. Go back to Elda for the Weaver quest line. Erland Rose is now willing to assign you your second task. Back so soon? Very well, let's resume your training. Since last we spoke, you will doubtless have spent your time making the basic products of our trade, namely yarn and cloth. Now I would have you take such basic products and craft whole garments from them. Make 3 pairs of hempen breeches and present them for my inspection. You'll be working with hempen cloth and yarn this time, as well as a little bit of leather. Gigama can furnish you with materials to help you get started. Ah, but eager as I am to see the fruits of your labor, it would be remiss of me not to mention that there are more economical methods of procuring that which you need. For example, the moko grass from which you have been dutifully making yarn can be freely gathered out in the wilds. That said, one can't simply rip it out of the ground with one's hand. A scythe is needed, as well as a working knowledge of botany. Have you perchance made the acquaintance of a botanist or two? If not, I hardly recommend that you do. They are attractively earthy without seeming dirty, and useful besides. Having said all of that, I will not accept a newfound passion for botany and its practitioners as an excuse for the late delivery of your breeches, so don't keep me waiting. Hempen breeches, eh? 3 leather and a bunch of yarn and cloth. Take it the breeches are ready. Not bad, Calla, not bad at all. This style of legwear has never been particularly fashionable, nor has its design changed significantly over the years, fluctuating lengths aside, but I digress. I wondered if you might try for a variation on the conventional design, but I see you opted for orthodoxy, a wise decision in this case. Hempen clothing is inexpensive and durable, making it popular amongst farmers, miners, and others who work the land. Such customers value comfort and mobility over all else. They may appreciate more elegant forms, but they will not sacrifice function for them. Each garment has a purpose, Calla, a purpose that you should always bear in mind. A scalloped hem is about as useful to a miner as nipples on a gladiator's breastplate. Now then, having completed your latest task, I believe you have earned this spinning wheel. Use it in combination with your needle, and your work will benefit from it. Saying that, it will of course take you a little while to become accustomed to using the tools together. You need not worry, though. I fully intend to give you ample opportunity to acquire the knack. In fact, I won't be teaching you anything else until you have. By the time that spinning wheel feels like it belongs in your hand, I dare say I'll have thought of a new task for you. Until then, my girl. Thanks. Redolent Rose appears perturbed and in need of assistance. Ah, Calla, you'll do. Make me a dozen bolts of undyed hempen cloth as fast as you can. Note the palpable sense of urgency. Time is of the essence, my girl. Hempen cloth. We urgently need that cloth, Calla. Yes, here it is. Praise Naimea for bringing you here when she did. There wasn't time to explain before, but Sunsilk Tapestries has the honor of supplying the immortal flames. Noble patrons, to be sure, but ones whose needs can be rather difficult to predict. On this particular occasion, a detachment of ale-soaked adventurers from the Foreign Brigade thought the Silver Bazaar an appropriate location for a bout of fisticuffs, resulting in a pressing need for bandages. Ordinarily, we would not accept such a large commission at short notice, but the Foreign Brigade is a favorite of Her Grace. It would not do to let the troublemakers suffer, even if they did bring it upon themselves. And so your lovingly woven fabric will soon be wrapped around the cracked heads, gashed knees, and split knuckles of said ruffians. Still, your time hasn't been entirely wasted. I dare say you can now weave hempen cloth in your sleep, which is a handy talent to have, given the fabric's many uses. You've made progress, in short. In fact, I do believe you're ready to undertake commissions. I refer to the kind of work doled out by Eustace at the Quicksand, of course. It'll be a while yet before you can be entrusted with anything bearing the Sunsilk name. But should you continue to improve at the rate you have been, that glorious day may not be so very far off. Redolent Rose has a special task for you. Good of you to come, Calla. I happen to have work for you. It is a commission of sorts for one of our regular customers, a gentleman named Wawaruka. To show our appreciation for his continued patronage, I would present him with his choice of bespoke garments. Seek him out on Onyx Lane and offer your services. Oh, and remember, Calla, you are representing me, so acquit yourself accordingly. Slap the Lalafell. Got it. Hi, I'm Wawaruka. Who's asking? Ah, hells. Big Rose don't need to go to troubling himself on my account. All of them gloves and scarves were for the guild, not me. I'm something of a quartermaster around here, see, and the lads go through gear faster than a kobold chewing on a chunk of mithril. But if the big man insists, it'd be rude not to accept. Now then, I reckon I could go with a new, cotton scarf. Aye, and a pair of cotton shepherd's slops and all. Ones I've got are on their last legs, see? Been meaning to get round to replacing them. I expect you'll be wanting me to come to the guild for a fitting, will you? See you there, then. Oh. And cotton shepherd's slops. Oh, yeah. And I also need a hempen cloth. I've been patted gently. And a scarf. A cotton scarf and a pair of cotton shepherd's slops. That's all? Well, let's not keep the customer waiting. All right then, Calla. Your garments are ready, good sir. Allow me to help you into them. Core, these are nice. Bloody nice. I've never had such fine garments before. You're a weaver and a half, you are, Calla. Big Rose always did know how to train 'em. You are too kind, sir. Pardon me for saying so, sir, but I must confess that I had rather finer raiments in mind when I extended you this invitation. Should you desire such, I would be honored to make them for you myself. Ha ha ha! Thanks, Big Rose, but no thanks. I can't see myself in frilly whatsits. A man's mind's where I belong, not some fancy ball. You need a lady on your arm to go through them, go to them things. Ha! That'll be the day, eh? Any road, I'd best get on, but knowing how fast the lads go through gloves, I dare say I'll be back before too long. Thanks again for the duds. I see. He's your project, isn't he? You can lead a chocobo to water. Good work, Calla. Carry on. Yeah, he's your project. Redolent Rose has a momentous task in mind for you. Your time has come, Calla. Today you will work on behalf of Sunsilk Tapestries. Your client is heir to a vast fortune, a rare sort of individual in this city, I know. Like many men of means, ever does he seek new Epicurean delights. I can only imagine what he desires this time. I thought it best for you to go and meet with the man yourself, so I've taken the liberty of scheduling an appointment for you at the Sunsilk Tapestries shop on the steps of Nald. As I'm sure you're aware, that's on the other side of the city, and men like Mama Jaru are not fond of waiting. In short, hurry. That just makes me want to make him wait. No, I cannot spare a gill, you disgusting parasite. Really, if your kind put half as much effort into finding a job as sponging off upstanding... Oh, the weaver. 'Twas a reflex. I have had to fend off far too many beggars this day. I should warn you that I have very specific requirements which must needs be fulfilled to the letter. I have but recently discovered that I possess a prodigious talent for the gladiatorial arts, and am reliably informed that only the most expertly crafted equipment will allow me to realize my full potential. I want a cotton acton, but not just any. It must be enhanced with materia. The ordinary kind is fit to be worn only by peasants. Understood? Good. Now then, I believe you have a job to do. I believe your face is itching for a slap. Back so soon? Tell me, what would our esteemed client have you make for him? I see. When did materia-enhanced garments become essential for gladiators, I wonder? Mayhap the talents of the exceedingly wealthy differ from those of the rest of us. Yes, that must be the way of it. And you say he didn't even bother to specify what type of materia he'd prefer? Feel free to use any kind. I highly doubt he will be able to tell the difference. Ah, but a question occurs to me. Are you familiar with materia? If not, consider paying a visit to the bonfire in central Thanalin. A goblin scholar resides there who is well versed in the ways of materia. I, meanwhile, am but a simple weaver and wholly unversed in the ways of materia, so you can expect no such wisdom from me. Oh, and in case it wasn't obvious, I'm afraid we shan't be able to provide you with all of the necessary materials. I suggest you search the markets, or you could travel all the way to Villebrand. I suppose there's no shortage of dodos there. I'll leave the matter in your capable hands, Calla. Cotton acton. Dodo feather. Pray do not keep your honored client waiting any longer than necessary for both our sakes. Sir, your acton is ready, if you would. Well, it appears to be satisfactory. I only hope it will survive my rigorous training regimen. I shall have one of my manservants deliver the payment on the morrow. In lieu of your customer's gratitude, allow me to express mine. Thank you, Calla. I don't doubt that this has been an unenjoyable experience for you, but remember, while we are under no obligation to respect such clients, we must always be seen to respect their wishes. As I suspect you have begun to realize, appearances are akin to reality in this city. It is for this reason that our work is in such great demand. It is, after all, a weaver's task to make the world see the client as the client wishes to be seen. With that in mind, I must congratulate you on a job well done. When I watched that little turd saunter out of here, I almost mistook him for a gladiator. Thanks! I thought about giving him debt, which would give him 0 bonus, but I put a skill speed in, because that was the materia that I bought for crafting. Redolent Rose has need of your assistance yet again. This is indeed an unfortunate development. Oh, Calla, thank Nehemiah you're here. I need your help. The entire guild is presently engaged in dealing with a sudden deluge of orders. Amongst them was a commission for a bespoke dress, all aspects of which I had intended to handle personally. Alas, I have just this moment received yet another request, this time from her grace, which must naturally take precedence. Since you have some experience in engaging with customers, I would send you to speak with the client, Babawai, in my stead. We'd arranged to meet at the Gold Court later this... where is the time gone? We'd arranged to meet now. Babawai will be bringing his daughter Kokomo, for whom the dress is intended. Be sure to speak to her as well. Just straight back. And who might you be? I was under the impression I would be meeting with the guildmaster. Well, it is of little matter, I suppose, provided the famous Redolent Rose still intends to design my daughter's dress. As for what manner of dress, simply put, I'll not have my Kokomo garbed in common cotton. A jeweller's daughter must be refined, resplendent, a ruby amongst the riffraff. Her mere presence should reassure my customers as to the quality of my... I believe I have made myself clear. Pray relay my requirements to your guildmaster. You're from the Weavers Guild? I'm terribly sorry you had to come all this way. Truth to tell, I don't really want another dress, but father insisted. When my father insists... I just want this over and done with, so please, ask my father what he prefers, and I shall defer to his wishes. Kokomo is my treasure. I would have the world see her for the shining jewel that she is. Alright, that'll do. Ah, you're back. So then, what manner of dress does our client desire? Something resplendent, which isn't made of cotton, you say? I might have known. His commissions rarely stipulate anything beyond ostentatiously expensive, and all for a poor girl who would rather the eyes of the world look the other way. Well, Vanya's silk would achieve the desired effect, though I doubt she would feel comfortable wearing such an extravagant dress. Velveteen, though. Yes, velveteen might work. A fine weave of cotton yarn and diorite silk with a short, soft pile, beautiful yet subdued, like our modest maiden. It will be painstaking to prepare, but so be it. I shall see to the patterns. The velveteen I leave in your capable hands. Know, though, that Babawai will not be satisfied with any ordinary fabric. Only the very best will suffice. In short, I require a bolt of the finest velveteen you can weave. Elbows up. Oh, have you woven the velveteen already? It's been far too long since I last worked with quality velveteen. You've truly outdone yourself, Calla. Babawai's daughter shall have a most magnificent dress. A pity she is no more like to wear it than her father, though nothing would please me more than to be proven wrong. But I rather suspect another dress is the last thing the girl needs. She even said so. Red Little Rose has a job perfectly suited to your talents. Ah, there you are, Calla. I have a job that's absolutely perfect for you. You remember Wawaruka, the Miners' Guild quartermaster? Of course you do. Well, you will be delighted to hear that he has finally come to appreciate the benefits of finer garments. And because he was impressed by the scarf and slops you wove for him, he has personally requested your services. I told him I would send you at the earliest opportunity. Well, what are you waiting for? This is the earliest opportunity. I'm running, and I'm running, and I'm running. Hey, how's it going, Calla? Big Rose sent you, didn't he? I asked for you by name, you know. Any road. I won't beat about the bush. I want the best damn pair of velveteen gaiters you can make. I know. What's a bloke like me want with fancy shoes like that? Well, the thing is, there's this girl. And, God, don't make me spell it out, lass. Trouble is, she's from a rich family. Proper rich, as in her servants have got servants. That kind of rich. Which is why I've got to make a good first impression. And to even have a chance of doing that, I need to get dressed up to the nines. I can't very well introduce myself to a lady like her, looking like me. Any road, I'm counting on you, lass. Oh, and I ain't letting Big Rose give this to me for free, neither. I got my pride, you know. Wouldn't feel right wearing a pair of swanky gaiters, what I hadn't paid for. Velveteen gaiters, done. Your client is waiting, Calla. Do you have his gaiters? Sir, your gaiters are ready. Nice! They look good. They feel good. Hells, they make me feel like I look good. And I bloody do and all. Sir! What is that? What are you wearing? Ha! Like me trousers, do ya? Me pa, God's rest his soul, wore 'em when he was first courting me ma. Never fail, these don't. Cor! Look at me, I feel alive. I feel ready. There's no stopping me now. But sir! I say, sir! Confound it all. Well done, Calla. You may take solace in knowing that you did what you could. Perhaps I worry unduly. The girl may well be stirred by his earnest efforts. And even if she is not, she may yet overlook his bizarre appearance, gaze deep into his eyes, and see the warm-hearted man within. Or she might see him and run screaming for the nearest brass blade. Redlet Rose has received another commission from a regular customer. Greetings, Calla. If you've the time to spare, there is a task I would like to assign you. Wawaruka has requested your services once more. It seems his previous attempt to woo Kokomo met with disastrous results, as I predicted. It would be best if he told you the rest. Now, run along. You know where to find him. Hey there, Calla. So what did Big Rose tell you? That the brass blades chased me all over town? Well, it wasn't that bad, but Kokomo's pa did run me off, calling me a disgusting pervert and whatnot. But I ain't giving up on her that easily. No, sir. She's something else, my darling Kokomo. See, one day I was making the delivery to Babawai's shop, and when these two boys walk in and start hassling the customers and staff, so I confronted the young'uns, and it gets a little heated. Long story short, I have to make them leave. I'm a little roughed up at this point, as you might expect, and then there comes Kokomo, all grace and splendor, thanking me for what I done. And when our eyes meet, I suddenly realize that I can't hear a word she's saying, because my heart's pounding harder and fiercer than the hammers. So then, she was just a nice young girl helping her father, but then she had to go and look at me like that, and I wanted to say something, but my words left me that day. But I can do it, Calla. I just need to do it properly, like a gentleman. After talking with me mates in the bar, I'm thinking a more conservative approach is in order. If I wore, say, a quality linen shirt, it would show that I'm a responsible, respectable man. I'll meet you at the guild for the fittin' as usual, all right? Yeah. What? Have you made your client's shirt yet? He seems quite eager to try it on. Yes, here it is. Well, I think we can all agree that this is far more appropriate than a leather harness. Core, this is perfect! I never knew fancy clothes could be so comfortable. Sir, could you please explain how you chose those other garments? Well, the hat belongs to a goldsmith I know. Says it makes me look smarter and whatnot. The subligar is courtesy of another miner. He reckons that us men what work with the mines ought to flaunt our chiseled bodies like this, and that trousers are overrated. The gauntlets and boots are the best-selling wares at me armourer friend's shop. Bit gaudy if you ask me, but if everyone else thinks I'm fashionable, who am I to tell 'em different? Impressive, ain't it? You don't have to tell me. I can see you think the same. Gods, I've been such a fool. I should have asked me mates for advice from the start. But sir, I say, sir! How can he be so blind? It's absolutely, totally, and in all other ways, inconceivable. He's hopeless. Utterly hopeless. Beg your pardon, I don't know what came over me. If you'll excuse me. I mean, it was pretty flagrant. Hardly blame you. Redolent Rose has a commission for you, as well as a private request. Ah, Calla, good of you to come. We have an opportunity to help that fool of a miner Wawaruka, but it will require some discretion. The guild has received another commission from Kokomo, that is to say from her father, most likely. Now, while I obviously expect you to craft her high-quality garments that meet our exceptionally high standards, there is one more thing I would have you do. When you meet Kokomo at the Gold Court, I would have you subtly direct the conversation to the topic of Wawaruka. Try and discern what she thinks of the man. Playing matchmaker, Redolent Rose. Hello, I believe we met once before. Calla, was it? Thank you for coming. I'm sure you must be terribly busy with your many commissions. Excuse me, did you say Wawaruka? He's one of your clients? What a coincidence. He visited the shop the other day. You should have seen Father's face when he chased him away. Thankfully, he didn't recognize him. Whatever possessed him to wear such a ridiculous outfit? It's a shame, really. It feels like he hasn't visited in forever. I would have liked to have spoken with him. Yes, the commission. I am in need of a pair of quality woolen tights. I should meet you at the guild for the fitting, correct? Then, until we meet again, Calla. Oh, it's all cheap. Probably because of decent. Have you the tights, Calla? Miss, if you would come with me. They're so soft and warm. I don't think I've ever worn such comfortable tights. This is just what I needed for all those evening parties Father makes me attend. The cold was becoming unbearable. I could wear these tights underneath my gowns and Father would never be the wiser. I realize he expects a great deal of you, but could you not simply refuse to attend? Surely you do not wish to devote your entire life to his business. I appreciate your concern, Master Rose, but it's not possible. He's my father. In that case, why not view it as an opportunity? Perhaps some enchanted evening you'll meet a charming young man. Master Rose, don't be absurd. Wawaruka would never attend one of these dreadful parties. Ah, forgive me. I had no idea that you had already made the acquaintance of one such gentleman. I thank you for the leggings, Calla. I believe I must be going now. As if Father would ever accept him. Well, at least we now know that Wawaruka's efforts were not in vain. Now, if only we could convince the buffoon to wear something relatively normal next time. You have to volunteer to outfit him top to toe. Relent Rose appears to be in high spirits. Ha ha ha! It was all so simple! I've conceived of a plan to help poor Wawaruka. He came to me again with another ridiculous commission, and I was completely at a loss as to how to proceed. But then a stroke of genius. We simply change his order and dress him as we see fit. If we ignore his terrible taste in clothing and give him a stylish outfit, Babawai will have no cause to chase him away, and he will finally have his chance to speak with Kokomo. And I have just the outfit in mind for the occasion, a barrette, gown, and gaskins, all made from the finest wool. I dare say he'll be a man reborn when we've finished. Of course, it is necessary that we gain his approval before changing his commission like this, but I am confident that he will see the wisdom in my proposal. Calla, what are you doing here? I already told Big Rose what I wanted this time. Oh, he wants to change my order. Well, I suppose that's alright. I know I'm a fool when it comes to fashion and all that. Seems I only make things worse when I try harder, too. A woolen barrette, gown, and gaskins, was it? Yeah, that sounds nice. I'll meet you there, Calla. I must confess I am rather eager to see how this particular commission turns out. Are Wawaruka's garments ready yet? Why, yes. Yes, they are. Excellent. I've no doubt these will suit him well. I think we've outdone ourselves, Calla. Just look at him standing there, a vision of grace and refinement. No, I ain't. Something wrong, sir? I believe they fit you perfectly, but if you desire adjustments... No. No, the clothes are great, Big Rose. Really, it's just... I'm sorry. This was a mistake. Whatever are you saying? You look marvelous. Kokomo would be thrilled to receive such a dashing young caller. It's too late. On my way here, I saw her walking with this wealthy-looking fella. Just the two of them. Watching them together in their fancy clothes, it looked right, Big Rose, like they were made for each other. I ain't one of them, don't you see? You can dress me in your finest silks, but I've still got more dirt under me nails than that girl has in her whole bleeding manse. I was a fool to think she could care for someone like me. I'll never be a part of her world. Leave him be, Calla. If he is determined to give up, then there is naught we can do for him. Though he would be far better served by letting Kokomo decide for herself. Wawaruka must first find the courage to carry on. Only then will he stand a chance. Right, 52. Redolent Rose is furrowing his brow most furiously. If you've come in search of work, Calla, I'm afraid I have nothing for you. However, there is something I would like to discuss with you. It concerns Kokomo and the young men currently courting her. You see, it is none other than... Calla! Big Rose! Please, you gotta help me! Clothes! I need new clothes! Please, sir, you must get a hold of yourself. Tell us what has driven you into this frenzy. He's gonna propose to Kokomo. Mama Jaru, he's gonna propose. I know it ain't my place, and I might just be getting in the way, but damn it, I've gotta tell her how I feel before it's too late. But if I meet her wearing my usual duds, she'll reject me without a second thought. I need a fighting chance. I need you two to do what you do best, and make me the finest clothes you can. One would have to possess a heart of stone to refuse an impassioned plea like that. Wouldn't you agree, Calla? If we are to send him against Maojaru, we must furnish him with such garments as befit his passion. Prepare a pair of patrician's bottoms, a patrician's wedge cap, and a patrician's goatee. I will see to his gloves and shoes. Each piece must be flawless, without exception. Together we shall fashion a suit of armor for our young warrior. Thank you both so much. I know I won't fail you with you two on my side. Alright, let's see about the cost of felt. Alright, let us deliver the goods. I trust you understand what's at stake, Calla. Bring me a pair of patrician's bottoms, a patrician's wedge cap, and a patrician's coatee of the finest quality. Our garments are ready, good sir. Allow me to assist you. Gods almighty, is this really me? If I may be so bold, I think this is quite possibly our finest work yet. I feel like I'm someone else, like a prince at a fairy at fancy ball, or... Ha! Sir, I've known princes. I am pleased to say that you are nothing like they. Big Rose, I don't know what to say. Thank you. I think I'm finally ready to see Kokomo. Ah, yes, about that. I would advise you to make haste. I suspect Mamajaru will make his intentions known before long. What? Are you sure? I cannot say for certain, but a little bird tells me that Mamajaru and Kokomo are at present in the Gold Court. An ideal location for a romantic proposal, wouldn't you agree? I gotta hurry while there's still time. Thanks, Big Rose. Calla, be a dear and follow him. I would very much like to know how this all plays out. And then the idiot had the gall to say that I knew nothing of business, to which I replied, of course I don't. Why bother when you know the men who own them? When I speak to you, I expect your full attention. I'll teach you how to behave, woman. No, don't! How dare you raise your hand against a lady? Kokomo, are you all right? Do I know you, sir? It's me, Kokomo. Wawaruka. I made a few deliveries to your father's shop. Not recently, I suppose, but... Wawaruka! But why are you here? And why are you dressed like that? For you, Kokomo. There's something I've been meaning to tell you. I don't know who you are, but you will turn around and face me, right this... You've made a powerful enemy today, my friend. But you just called him his friend? I've never seen anyone stand up to Mamajaru like that before. I suppose they lacked the proper motivation. I was hoping you would come visit again, but then you kept wearing such strange outfits. Promise me you won't do that again. As you wish. Sneaks away. My job here is done. Next goal will be to get through Heavensward so that I can do all my Heavensward job quests. Ah, Calla, tell me everything. I would have liked to have seen that. How did I learn of Mamajaro's plans, you ask? From the man himself, of course. He's not the sort to keep his grand designs private. Do not misunderstand. I am not some rank sentimentalist. I have acted only in my capacity as a weaver, to help a client, just as you have. As for our young couple, well, to be frank, calling them a couple is a tad premature. Baba Wai will doubtless have objections given Wawaruka's modest origins. Nevertheless, I think our young gentleman has finally found the courage to stand up for himself. You should be proud. This could be the beginning of a beautiful relationship, one which would owe you much to your skill. Well done, Mistress Lily. Well done indeed. Thank you, good sir. Now I'm going to stow the tools that I'm not using and bid everyone good day, because it will take a bit of time for me to get her through Heavensward. She's not even at the end of Realm Reborn yet. But at some point, I shall follow her future expansions. All in good time. I think everything else is being used. Let's see, Kerpinga, yes, Paracelsus, Chantico, Mammon, and Brownie. And Clotho. Yep. And now we shall bid you goodbye.